Hi, everybody. Hi, Carol. Good early morning. I'm going to add a banner of where I am watching this. All right. Good morning, everyone. It is so early for me, everybody. It's hi, Carol. I didn't fall asleep till like midnight or past midnight last night, and it's 6 a.m. here, but we're good. We're gonna watch this. I unfortunately cannot stream it onto the screen. 2 p.m. in London, that's a good time in London. I'm glad this works out over there. Thanks, Carol. I started watching a Dateline episode about this case, and I have to tell you, I don't know which side of the aisle I fall. Do you guys all have Court TV open? Here, let me put that there. Maybe I should put a picture up or something um, that says we're watching it on Court TV. Hi, Steve. Welcome. Thanks, everyone, for being here and joining me. I'm bummed out that I can't actually. Oh, oops. Wrong button. There we go. There we go. You did some research, Carol. Yeah, it's like either she did it or it's a massive conspiracy. Like, involves the entire police department. So I don't know. I don't know. And they had gone out uh they were drinking, you know? Yeah, she does. So I was very weirded out by her mannerisms. I felt like she kept smiling, but then when I was watching Dateline, they said she has MS. And I don't know if that happens, because of MS. I don't know if that happens if you're taking medication for MS. I don't know. I thought maybe it had something to do with that, but I didn't look into it, so, I'm not sure. While we are talking, I'm gonna set up a picture where it's gonna say that we're watching it on, um, what's it called? Yeah, you watch the video and it's really complicated. Yeah, like, and I'm what is that saying that they say usually the easiest explanation is the one that's true or something like that? The easiest explanation is there was an accident, right? Yeah, so I don't know. And I mean, it was a night of drinking, so more likely that accidents happen. But then her defense attorney, and I don't remember if it was in Dateline or I think there's an HBO Max special on it. He was showing a car, a similar car to the Lexus that she drove, because her taillight was broken. And he was, like, hitting the taillight with his hand, and he's like, "This is not something that can be broken by a human." Right? Like, I get that too. The taillight is, how do you break that? By, especially you're in a pedestrian, not in a pedestrian, but, you're driving out of a driveway or someone's home. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. I could go either way on this one. It's a Sherlock Holmes quote. Thank you, Steve. Yeah. Yeah, and it's also awful how people were treating the family of the police officer that passed. That I feel was taking it too far. It's not their fault, not their fault where the investigation led people. Um, yeah. So right now, what I see on Court TV is that there's just a fan spinning. Um, are you guys watching on Court TV also? Yes, she backed into a car. So exactly, like, I feel that's a better explanation. And here's the thing, if she backed into a car, the car that they showed was in her boyfriend's driveway. That was his car. So her taillight pieces should have fallen there. So how did they end up at the crime scene? It's like if it's suspicious. Yeah, I don't know. And then when I think about the scratches and stuff on him, he was out there for several hours. Like, what if just an animal went by? Like, what if it was completely an accident and he had drank so much he just fell in the snow and the cold got him? And I don't know. Carol says if you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. I like that. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So what are you guys leaning towards? What do you think? I was so bummed out when StreamYard crashed yesterday. Like it was literally as they were reading the verdict. I was like, we've been watching this all week. This was the moment, the most important moment, and it just crashed. Like even a little bit before, I was sending messages and it said that the messages weren't going through. And yeah. Steve says they didn't find the broken taillight in the first search. Yeah, they didn't. And then I wonder though, was it covered up by snow? Because it was pretty heavy snow. I don't know. The verdict was guilty, Carol. They found Lori guilty. Melanie's next, you guys. They're gonna get Melanie. The prosecutor like hinted at it too. I really feel out of all the charges, if Lori, I think Lori could have beat this one, but that's what happens when you're arrogant. And delusional, delusionally arrogant. I'm gonna try to put up a sign that says we are watching on, Court TV, because when it starts, do you guys hear my typing? Let's see. Carol says prosecutor was not good about telling the story. The thing that saved the case was the witnesses and explain how they got to the result. You can hear my typing, Carol. I have one of those keyboards that's meant to be loud. It makes me feel productive. So Steve says it was okay. She couldn't get more punishment. She already has life with no parole. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you everyone that's here with me. This was kind of last second. So I appreciate it all. And I feel, this one is not as exciting because I can't stream the trial directly. But I think we can make a good experience out of it. And it's Friday, you guys. We made it to Friday. Yay. Okay, I made that sign. Let me just upload it here so that when I do highlight your chats, it doesn't cover up that banner. You guys have big plans for the weekend? Let's see. There we go. And then I can go and I can remove that banner. There. That looks pretty good, huh? Carol says it looks like this case wasn't has a bunch of issues, not a specific timeline. There are conflicting conditions, and this will not be an easy win. Yeah, I don't think it will either. It went to a mistrial, right, last time? Steve says, yeah, this is more exciting because it's really convoluted. No idea what is going to happen. Yeah, no idea. No idea. There's a lot of reasonable doubt, though, right? The fact that we're just, going back and forth about it. Short break while jury enters is what I see. And this trial was long. It's like this is like day 33. I wonder how long it'll take for the jury to deliberate. I imagine this one will take a lot longer than just a couple hours like Lori's trial did. Lori's trial was like 5, 6 days. Carol says, doing moderator for Royal Daily Tea and Trooping the Colors Saturday, making ribs and potato salad for Father's Day. That's a great weekend, Carol. That's a great weekend. What time is Trooping the Color in Florida? It's probably like what, 5 in the morning? Because I think it's like 2 in the morning for me here. I saw a meme once that said only Americans can put potatoes and mayonnaise together and call it a salad. Oh, that cracked me up. It's funny. Because of live streaming these trials over the last couple of days, I have not even had a chance to make content for revealing the narc. Like I have a bunch of scripts and things ready to go, but no chance to record. But it's been great. I feel like I don't know, it's been a great experience watching it with you all. Are you all going to be watching Trooping the Color? I'm going to try, but it depends, waking up so early today. We'll see. I'm going to try though. I can't wait to see what Catherine looks like. I seriously can't wait. Isn't that so weird to say that, like, of all the people oh my gosh, excuse me, sorry guys, I was yawning. Of all the people there, Catherine is the one that I'm most looking forward to seeing. Do I need help with my channels? What kind of help, Carol? I what takes me the longest is editing the videos. I think I take too much time on the most minute details. Like if there's a half a second of silence, I clip it out. I think I need to relax on that because it really makes the editing take way longer than it needs to. Yeah, the royal ladies. Yeah, can't wait to see them. I need to check if I can live stream the Brian Koberger trial like we did the Lori Vallow one. I hope so. But I guess worst case scenario, this isn't too bad, right? We just are chatting here and just looking at a different screen, I guess. It's not too terrible. Have any of you watched any part of this current trial? I haven't watched any of it. Carol says, "I don't know how to do that. If I'm taught, I can learn any research or moderators." No, I haven't watched it. Carol says. Yeah, the editing, that's my that's my issue. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go on mute, you guys. It looks like it started. Okay, it looks like they went into sidebar. The defense attorney looks so familiar to me. He's from LA, and I bet he was on some case that I've watched. I need to look into that. He looks so incredibly familiar to me. That lady that they're zooming in on, I wonder who that. Oh, so that's Karen Reed's family, right? I recognize the dad. The woman in the back looks a lot like Karen. I wonder if it's a cousin or a sister. How do people pay for these lawyers, right? Like flying the one from LA and hotel visits and 33 days of trial. And that must be his family. So right now on my screen, I think it's John O'Keefe's mom in the blue. I'm not sure who the gentleman is to the left. You have trial sound and my chat. I'm not hearing any audio from the trial. Are you guys hearing audio from the trial? Yeah, I wish I could live stream it, but I was checking online and it says that there's no free public available source for streaming it. Hi, Agatha. So there's no audio for all of you. Yeah, I don't that's why I turned on my audio to talk. I don't hear anything personally. I have a pet peeve of people that don't push their chairs in. Like, come on, everybody. Oh, you're on 2 channels, Steve says. Yeah, I wish I could live stream it, you all. I wish I could. Hi, Cindy, welcome. Yeah, I was just catching up on it yesterday, and it's really, I feel it can go either way. Either she did it or it's a massive conspiracy. And it could also, if she did it, it could be an accident, I feel. It's a really small courtroom, and it's awkward to be like perpendicular with the victim's family. One of the things that I haven't liked from what I've seen with Karen is, I don't really see any grief, and, I mean, it could be because she's fighting for her freedom and for her life, um, but it's I feel like I haven't seen that from what I was watching yesterday. How long were the closing arguments for, um, Lori Vallow? Just a couple hours, right? It wasn't that long. Okay, Cindy's asking what this trial is about. So in 2022, Karen and her boyfriend John were had gone out for the evening. They had drank quite a bit of alcohol, and when they visited a second bar, they ran into a couple of John's coworkers. John himself is a Boston police officer, and the friends that they bumped into are all law enforcement, either police officers or I think some of them were on the federal level. So the friends who Karen has said were not very close to John and herself, they invited them over for continued partying. And Karen, even though she had been drinking, and John, who had also been drinking, they got into Karen's car, and Karen drove over to the home of the police officers that had all gathered together. Karen says when they pulled up to the house, it looked dark. It didn't look like there was a party or anything that was going on. So she asked John to go and check, like, is it okay for us to go? Do they want us to actually go to this party or should we leave? So John goes, and according to Karen, she sees him pop his head in, and she doesn't see him after that, and she's waiting in the car, and she's getting annoyed because he's not coming out. She's calling him, she's texting him, she's not hearing any response, so she gets upset and she leaves. She leaves and drives back to John's home, where she sleeps for a couple of hours, and I think by 4 AM roughly, she sees that her boyfriend has not come home. She doesn't know where he is. So she starts heading back to go try to find him, and they end up finding him in the snow, and he had passed away. He wasn't wearing a coat, and he never wore a coat, according to Karen. Um, and he was kind of far away from the driveway of the home. He was found almost on the border between the home and the neighbor's home. So Karen says she had nothing to do with it. Um, the people in the home say that he never made it inside the home. So it's a mystery. They don't After he stepped out of Karen's car, if Karen's story is true, they don't know what happened to him. Did he make it inside? Did he pass out in the snow? Did Karen accidentally hit him with her car? And say the hit him with the car part because when police took her vehicle, her back tail light was broken. The prosecution says that it's broken because she hit him and she left him, and that's what broke her taillight. The police, on their first search of the area, didn't find any evidence of a broken taillight, but the second time they came and they were doing the search, and the second time meaning just a couple minutes, maybe half an hour, 45 minutes later, I believe, they started finding pieces of the broken taillight, but they couldn't find that evidence initially. Then there's ring footage showing that when Karen was leaving John's home, and I don't, it wasn't clear to me at what point this video footage happened, but it shows Karen's car hitting John's car in that same taillight area. So that could explain why her taillight had been broken. It could have happened there. And if that's the case, how did those broken pieces of taillight end up 2.5, I think they said it was 2.5 miles away from her home? How did that happen? So that's the story here. Some people think that something bad happened inside that home where there were a lot of law enforcement officers, and they were trying to cover it up, and evidence could have been planted. And some say Karen did it. So that's essentially it. Carol says, "Was there any blood on the taillight? John and Karen coming together. Of course, he wasn't going to be in her bed." Um, I don't remember them saying anything about blood on the taillight. He was also found with scratches on his arm that some say is from being hit with the car, and others say is caused by an animal. At the time, the homeowners had a German Shepherd, and maybe 4 or 5 months after this happened, that German Shepherd got into a fight with another dog, and they had to rehome that German Shepherd. So there's history of this German Shepherd being not too friendly. So then the thought is perhaps that German Shepherd may have hurt hurt him. Um, Carol says using the same vehicle. They were using the same vehicle on that night, but I saw it looked like maybe ring cam footage that her car, she's doing like a 3-point turn and she hits his car. And you can see his car does move. You can see the tire does move. So there was impact. What were his physical injuries? The only one I really remember them talking about were those scratches on his arms. Please, everyone in the chat, let me know if you remember anything else. And and my thought is those scratches on his arms, he was in the snow for hours. Blunt force trauma, Steve says. Yeah. Yeah. So I think the scratches on his arm, he had been outside for hours. There could have been wild animals that went by, that might have scratched him. I don't know. There are so many questions. Yes, Carol, so much reasonable doubt, I feel. Like with Lori, it's obvious. She she was involved. But this one and I felt that way since I first heard about this trial, because you wanna go with the simplest explanation, right? Like, they had been drinking and there was an accident, right? Like, that's the simplest explanation. It's very complicated to think that an entire police department got together. And here's the thing, I'm not saying that that didn't happen. That totally could have happened, that there was a conspiracy. It totally could. And the defense has shown some evidence of that. Like, how did that taillight evidence get there if the impact actually happened at John's home, according to that video footage? So, yeah, mistrial happened in 2024. Shandy says she must walk free. Yeah, It's a lot of reasonable doubt. I agree with you, Shandy. It's a lot of reasonable doubt. Hi, Peekaboo. Thanks everyone for being here. I'm really bummed out I can't show it on the screen. I wish I could. And I looked everywhere and I was like, what are some ways that I could get around it? But I could literally get a copyright strike if I live stream it. Oh, look, there they are. So I see right now the defense attorney, I see Karen, they're walking up to take their seats. They're fixing the podium. You all let me know if that defense attorney looks familiar. Okay, everyone, I'm going to go on mute. Well, I'm back. I don't know what happened. There's something they don't want us to see. Um, oh, they're on a short break. All right. Over there, it's 9:30 in the morning. Head trauma. Does anyone know if there was any head trauma um, for the victim, John O'Keefe? I'm going to Google it. Okay, so Dr. Lapisoda, a former medical examiner called by the defense, said his injuries were consistent with blunt force trauma to the back of the head, but his eye wounds were not consistent with being hit by the rear of Reed's SUV. Um, and I'm seeing here there were skull fractures. Multiple skull fractures were found, with some originating from a laceration on the back of his head. There was a noted laceration on the back side of his head, as well as a cut above his right eye. There were abrasions present on his nose and arm. Two black eyes were observed. Rib fractures believed to be a result of CPR efforts. A small scratch on his right knee. And the cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries to the head and hypothermia. Steve says, I don't know if she is a narcissist, but she has really loved the attention. I was described as the happiest murder suspect ever. Yeah, one of the things I was watching yesterday, I don't remember if it was Dateline or the HBO Max special, but when they arrested her the second time, she was she was in pajamas, really. And she was asking them, they had her in handcuffs and she was asking them, can I please go and change? Um, let me go change. I don't want to be paraded in front of the world's media like this. And I have to tell you, I agree with that. She knew that it was a circus. So I can see why there would be concern about that. Um, but yeah, what do you all think? Yeah, that is why I question both sides. Carol says, I know. It sounds like murder. It does, especially the blunt trauma. Yes, like what about those black eyes? That sounds like a fight. Yeah, it's rough, you guys. It's rough. I don't know. How are all of you feeling about this? If you are undecided, um, please let me know. And if you feel one way or the other, let me know. Yes. Yeah, Steve. But it could also be an accident, couldn't it? She was drunk and she accidentally hit him with the car and didn't realize that she did it. Maybe. Carol says when investigating murder, the perpetrator is usually in the victim's social circle. Yeah. Hi, TM. Welcome. Cindy says he would have already been on the ground for her to hit him and break her tail light, right? How did his body end up on the side in the side yard? Exactly. And that's the thing. Like, I was trying to figure out where exactly was she parked? Was she parked in their driveway? And that was another really fishy thing that out of nowhere, there were witnesses coming forward that said that they had seen him on the side of the road at a certain time, like corroborating the testimony of the people that were inside the home. TM says, I heard a trial lawyer say she should be innocent. Yeah, I mean, if anything, the fact that there's so much debate about it, that's reasonable doubt. Carol says, I wouldn't convict. It has a lot of questions. I wouldn't clear Karen Reed, though they are rushing to trial. Yeah, I think just based on what I've seen so far, I don't think I could convict. There's a lot of reasonable doubt. Agatha says, haven't heard about this case until yesterday. First thought was exactly that she hit him and didn't notice, probably. And if that's the case, if that's what happened, that's not murder, that's manslaughter. That's an accident. We have to figure out what trial we're watching next. Hopefully, one that I can stream. I know, Agatha. I wish you inspired me to do these live streams, and this trial started 30 some days ago. So we could have been doing this 30 some days ago, just watching it all. I may go and watch like recaps of this trial just to see. Carol says if she did hit him, wouldn't there be blunt trauma all over his body? Yeah. What if he was like tying his shoelace or something? I don't know, those black eyes too. Do recaps, Agatha says. Steve says the police chief lives in the house across the road. Oh, really? Agatha says can is asking, can black eyes come from freezing to death? I don't know. Let's check. Okay, I asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT says black eyes are not a common or expected result of freezing to death alone. Um, Hypothermia primarily causes systemic shutdown, body temperature drops, leading to confusion, slowed heart rate, organ failure, and ultimately death. The skin may show pallor, paler grayish skin, frostbite on extremities, um, mottling or blotchy purple coloring due to poor circulations, and black eyes are not part of this process. And then it says, what can cause black eyes after death? Blunt force trauma before or around the time of death, postmortem lividity, the settling of the blood, and this usually affects dependent areas of the body, not typically the soft tissue around the eyes. In forensic contexts, if a person is found with black eyes and suspected hypothermia, it may suggest injury occurred before death. The cause of death may involve other factors beyond freezing. A full autopsy would look for internal signs of trauma. That's what I saw. Oh, TM. TM saw an interview with jury number 5. What were the highlights of that, TM? Carol says if he was trying to tie his shoelace, wouldn't there be blunt trauma to his lower half and his head? And that's, I think, his it is by his head. Carol says he would have had blue lips and fingertips. His fingers would have been blue. Anytime, Agatha. I have the same questions you have. Peekaboo says, could it be the blood postmortem? Yeah, ChatGPT is so smart. Cindy says, if she did accidentally hit him, wouldn't the people that are supposed to be inside the house hear it? Well, where his body was found was pretty far from what I remember to the house. I wonder if, let me see if I can find a picture of it and then I can screen share. Okay, I found a couple of pictures and I'll show you two of them because I think they show it well. Okay, here's one picture. So the driveway is there on the right and the his body was found on the left and actually off to the screen, like closer to the neighbor's home. And unfortunately, that other image that I want to show you is a web page image, so it doesn't let me, um let me see, maybe how about this one? Can I do this one? Yeah, let's try this picture. I mean, this one is harder to see. The other picture is a good picture, but oh, here we go. This one maybe shows it better. Let's see. No, that one won't work either. Yeah, it is a nice house. It is. Yeah, so I wondered, did she pull up to the driveway? He mentioned when he went into the home, he went through the side door. And she also mentioned that he was not wearing a coat, that he never wore a coat. So he would take the quickest way possible. So if they were parked where his body was found, he would have run up to the front door, right? That's the closest door. But if they were in the driveway, it would make sense that he would go to the side. I missed Steve's question. Steve says the police officer's house that they found the body was an ex-Marine and an accomplished boxer. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is all reasonable doubt. It makes you lose so much faith in the system, though, right? That if so many people came together to cover it up and to frame, not just cover it up, but to frame somebody else. And like, uh, a concerted effort to frame somebody else, drop evidence where it was, you know? One of the women inside the home did a Google search for, um, something like how long to die in the cold or something like that, and then deleted that Google search. Yeah, we are not experts, we're poking holes into theory, yeah, and there's a lot of holes, for sure. Yeah. Alright, guys, I'll go back on mute. All right, everyone. So it looks like a half an hour late. In a half an hour, they're going to come back and get the jury instructions. Oh, it looks like they may be talking again. I'm going to go on mute again. Yeah, the head injuries. Yeah, Carol, they're not explained. The bruises, the two black eyes. I don't know. There's definitely not enough, in my opinion, to convict. Yeah, it's wild. Like with Lori, we knew she did it, but with this, I feel like it can go either way, whether or not she did it. But in either case, the prosecution, I don't think they proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. Steve says whether he was really a nice guy doesn't mean anything. Yeah, doesn't mean anything. Peekaboo says, and he was drunk, he would have tipped over at the first nudge. Yes, they had all been drinking. Carol says that the PI's case is worse than block of Swiss cheese. Yeah, yeah, lots of holes in it. The defense attorney, he's great. I'm trying to think where I've seen him. They're saying he defended Kevin Spacey and Phil Spector, I believe. But I think he used to be a prosecutor in Los Angeles. So I feel like I've seen him on an LA case. He's selling us the holes of Swiss cheese, Peekaboo says. Colton Cake says, yeah, I didn't like that he was a great guy. Try to emotionally sway the jury. Yeah. I feel she has a good chance of being found not guilty. She probably can't wait. Phil Spector not was found guilty. Hmm. Looks like a tense courtroom, doesn't it? TM, I don't know if she's actually innocent, but I don't think the prosecution proved guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, in my opinion. What do you guys think? Do you think she's actually innocent? Peekaboo, no idea, but too much shady things. Yeah, absolutely. Like Steve was saying, selling of the house and getting rid of the dog. Carol says, I don't think she's innocent. She is guilty of something. Cults and Cake says, I watched some of her interviews. She gave me the ick. My gut says she's hiding a lot. She gives me weird vibes too. Like, I feel like she smiles a lot. And then I found out that she has MS, and I don't know if that could impact or any medication for MS could impact facial expressions. I'm gonna find out, if it could. Agatha says, "I really don't have enough facts, but I'll research it some more." Yeah, it's like a constant weird smirk smile, and she never sounded like she was grieving his loss. She never sounded like she was sad about the situation. Steve says the black guy, she didn't punch him in the face. TM says, so she might be someone who gets away. Yeah, she might be. Um, Carol says that would be a rabbit hole to dig. Agatha says, I wouldn't think so. It affects all muscles, doesn't it? Colton Cake says MS can cause some facial twitching, but not usually that kind of smile. What about the medications that people would take with MS? Yeah, I don't know. Lack of grief. We don't know. Yeah, Carol, you're right. We don't know. We don't know how people carry their grief, and it's it's hard to judge someone based on that. Absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Agatha says Agatha says, "Good to know. I haven't seen her speak yet." TM says that is one of the things that influences the jury in Lori's case, smirking and throwing her beloved family members under the proverbial bus. Yeah, she smiles a lot. Like the facial expressions don't match what she's saying. Okay, I asked ChatGPT. It says MS can potentially cause involuntary facial movements, including things like uncontrolled smiling or upcurling of the lips, though this is less common than facial weakness or paralysis. It says if someone is frequently or consistently displaying an unusual smile or upturned lips, especially on one side, it's worth considering. Other neurological conditions, trauma or past stroke, or voluntary expression for effect, including performance. Steve says before the trial, she loved the attention, but the trial, I don't think the evidence is strong enough. Yeah, they were saying she did love the attention. Have a good dinner, Agatha. Thanks for being here. Uh, Colton Cake says, I'm someone that nervous smiles a lot and generally has a happy facial expressions, but not when I'm talking about serious and sad things. Yeah, and it's like as soon as you see it, like as soon as she starts talking, you see it. It's almost consistent. I was about to say something. What was I going to say? I don't know. Like as soon as you turn the Dateline episode on about this, you feel weird watching her facial expressions. You guys, I feel like I will have a really good nap today. I just feel like it's gonna be a good one. Um, I barely like my alarm this morning when it went off, it was very shocking. Colson Cake says you get kind of a subconscious instinct that something's really off with her. Carol says that interview did her no favors. They used it in the courtroom. Yeah, and that was her Dateline interview. Like they showed Dennis Murphy, I think it was, on it. And actually, another thing that they would always talk about with her is that during the trial, because this is the second trial, during the first trial and probably during this one, when the jury wasn't in the room, her behavior was very different and she was smiling and laughing and happy. And the John O'Keefe's family didn't like that. Yeah, Steve, I don't think they did a very good job. And their case is reliant on the investigators being credible, and they just weren't. Like, this reminds me so much of the OJ Simpson case. Like, as soon as, what was his name? Was his name Furman? Fullman? Furman? That guy ruined the OJ case because, oh, I'm going to go on mute. All right. Okay. It says live court is on lunch break. I'm going to put my phone on mute. Where's the mute button? Maybe I should just turn the volume down. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I was up early. I was up at 5:40 California time. And I couldn't fall asleep. I didn't fall asleep till like 12:20 last night. Yeah, I don't Mike Furman. He messed up that case. Do you guys know about that? Um the detective in the OJ Simpson case? Yeah, they drew out the closing arguments, Carol says. Yep, they're on lunch, and it seemed like they only get a half an hour lunch. People in Boston are serious. In Arizona, they're like, "Come back in an hour and a half." Colton Cake says 5:40, that's when I finally get to sleep. Yeah, I keep yawning. I'm trying not to. Like, it's not that I'm yawning that I'm bored or anything like that. Like, I'm excited. It's just not enough sleep last night for sure. So, that detective, and actually I was so shocked because that detective from the OJ Simpson case was in the newest OJ documentary. Like, I don't even know how they had the gall to bring him. But there I'm not going to say the word, but there is a very very bad word that um was okay, this is what happened. The detective goes on the stand and he's asked, "Have you used this very bad word in reference to OJ?" And the detective says, "No, I have never used that word. I would never use that word. I've never used it." Well, guess what? Someone comes forward with a tape recording of him using that word. Like, come on. Yes, yes, peekaboo. That very, very, very bad word. Yes. Unbelievable. Like, and the thing is, once you lose credibility in that, like, I feel those are the two things that caused the OJ Simpson verdict. This using that lying about using that word. Well, using that word and then also lying about using that word, because if you can lie about that and it's on tape that he said it, then how could you not lie about other things? Peekaboo says yawning is also stress release. Good to know. Oh, Steve, he that in There are so many clips I can make from the moment that he's putting those gloves on because he's consistently having Duper's delight smile as he's putting the gloves on the whole time. TM is asking, I wonder how long the jury will take. In Lori's trial, they were decided from the minute they went in the jury room, but decided to go home and come back. I would imagine like these people have been part of the jury now for over 30 days and it's Friday. Like they may just want to get it over with and not have to come back on Monday, but we'll see. So if it's 12, it's almost 1 p.m. over there. And if they come back and they get those instructions, how long did the Lori Vallow case take to give those instructions? Like 15 minutes? Um, yeah, I know TM. Today is like day 33 or something like that. Um, so maybe they go in and they're not allowed. The judge just said you're not allowed to talk about it yet because we haven't given you jury instructions. Peekaboo says I'm no dog expert, but I've heard that about dogs as well. Okay, Peekaboo thinks top 30 minutes in and out. Yeah. And please, StreamYard, don't crash. Please. Like literally the most important part of the Lori Vallow trial. And it crashed. So please don't crash today. Oh my goodness. Carol says there are some trials that have lasted over a year. Yeah. And sometimes jury deliberations take multiple days. TM says Colts and Cake listen to the jury interview. Some of them were going not guilty regardless. TM, are they so the jurors have already started talking about it? I thought they're not allowed. Um, but I could be wrong. Steve says, yes, I think they will say, let's vote. Okay, fine. No majority. Let's go. Yeah. They're like, it's Friday. We've been doing this for 33 days. And if that's 33 days, I think that means 33 weekdays. So that's 6 weeks, right? 6 weeks bordering on 7 weeks, 5 weekdays every week. If my math matches up. If my math is mathin', I'm pretty sure my math is mathin'. You guys, what are we watching next week? No joke, I was already Googling it, like, "Okay, what can we watch next week?" And I was asking ChatGPT, I'm like, "Pick one that I can actually live stream the trial, that there's no ownership of the rights of the trial." Carol says, "Mob trials in 1986, jury deliberation took over a week." Yeah. I know, that's what I was looking for, Carol. I was like, "Something that we can stream. What can we stream?" I'm I hope the Brian Koberger one we can, and I feel good about it because it's in Idaho. And the Lori Vallow trial, even though that was in Arizona, it was being streamed by the East Idaho News, so I'm hoping that that one we can. TM says, "Watch the OJ TV series, it was good." I think I made, like, 1 episode in, I have to continue watching it. The other one that I also started the Sherry Papini one, and that one is wild, and I also started the Karen Reed one, I think it's on HBO Max, I think? The Sherry Papini one is wild too. Do you guys know the Sherry Papini story? Steve says, and half the time listening to the boring prosecutor. Yeah, yeah. Cindy says, so she said that he did not look mortally wounded. How would she know that unless she got out of the car and looked? Yeah, and like how weird to pull that thing out of his nose. You have Max Carroll? Yeah, I think on Max, the Sherry Papini one is on Max, and so is this Karen Reed one. There I actually have a clip of the Sherry Papini case that I want to I wanna make a video out of it, like, I have my script ready, I haven't had a chance to make it, um, but that's a good it's a good clip. It's the moment. So, okay, allegedly, um, Lori Vallow is on Netflix. Are you serious, TM? Why? Why might Alec Murdoch get his case thrown out? What? That's wild. That's wild. Yeah, there's a lot of true crime stuff that's out. I guess I've fallen behind. I think in the first one, Cults and Cake, they weren't able to reach a verdict. They were deadlocked. But let me check. So TM is saying just the murder case because a court clerk interfered. Like seriously, the people that are close to the case, like they really need to watch their behavior and their actions. Because can you imagine? Yeah, can you imagine it gets thrown out because a court clerk interfered? Okay, Peekaboo, hope to see you soon. What did she pull out of his nose? Didn't they say it was then the clerk wrote a book? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Oh, Peekaboo, I hope you like it. I hope it's cute. I designed my first merch and Peekaboo purchased one and she's gonna go pick it up. I hope it's cute. Fingers crossed. Um, yeah. Yeah, so it's saying here that it was a mistrial because of a hung jury. Yeah, let's see what happens. Teaspoon says on the channel ID, they just did a story on Sherry Papini. I didn't get a chance to watch it. Yeah, and Sherry Papini herself is um it's a four-part documentary and she actually talks like she's never talked before then. Um and I don't believe her. Um But yeah, like I don't trust her story at all. Carol says Alex family has been around court system for the last century. Yeah, like Alex family for generations, they held really big positions, right? In the city they were from. Cam says the clerk was influencing the jury, telling them Murdoch was guilty. Why would the clerk do that? Oh my gosh, don't they have like SOPs that they train on? Like, come on. Thank you, Peekaboo. I hope it's cute. I hope you like it. Carol says, idiot. Court clerk. Seriously, idiot. Who does that? Teaspoon, they called it caught in a lie. The the Sherry Papini story. I'll have to check that one out. Colton Cake says, sorry, I missed most of this trial. So when she backed her car up, hit him, she then got out and pulled something from his nose. Okay, so my understanding, and I also have missed a lot of this trial. My understanding was when they so the Karen Reed was out that home around 12:30 a.m. And then later when she came back like 4 a.m. I think it was to look for him, when she saw him, that's when she pulled the things out of his nose. That was my understanding. TM says the judge actually had Murdoch's grandfather's portrait removed from the courtroom. And did they do that, TM, to, like, not sway the jury, or they did that because of Alec Murdoch's actions? Like, can you imagine you mess up so badly that your reputation negatively impacts 2 generations ago? They also did a show on Karen Reed, Teaspoon says, on ID. You know what this reminds me of that I was saying? Oh, to not sway the jury, TM says. Yeah, this reminds me, I don't know why I immediately thought of Edward the Eighth, how his actions could have left a stain on George the Fifth, right? George the Fifth was Edward the Eighth's father, and how George the Fifth was saying within a year of my passing, Edward the Eighth he's gonna ruin himself, and within the year he abdicated the throne. Carol says Netflix does good true crime documentaries. Max is partnered with ID Discovery. Great documentary. Yeah, I'll have to watch those. George the Fifth was the father. Yeah, yeah. George the Fifth said that within a year of his own passing, Edward the Eighth would, you ruin himself. I think were the words that were used. Crime has good ones. Yeah, there's a lot apparently, because 'cause I've been thinking to myself, "I have nothing I wanna watch," and now look at the list we just came up with here. Carlton Cake says, "I mean, she hit him and kept driving. That's at least manslaughter, but to then come back and look at him but not help him." Um, yeah, I don't know, and I don't know that she knew if she did hit him. Did you Colton Cake, were you here when I showed the picture of the home? So let me add that to the stage. Did you guys just hear me sneeze, by the way? I muted myself to sneeze, but now I don't know if I actually did mute myself. Okay, so this is the home, Cults and Cake, and it was a very, very cold night. John O'Keefe was not wearing a jacket, and Karen says he entered the home through a side door. His body was actually found on the left here. Um, we must have sneezed at the okay, good. I must have actually hit the mute button. Great. Um, his body was found on the left, all the way to the left, and almost neighboring on the neighbor's yard. So, and I think they're trying to say Karen was parked in the driveway. If she was parked in the driveway and it's freezing out and he's not wearing a jacket, it would make sense that he would enter the home through the side door. If she was parked where his body was actually found, I think he would have entered through that front door, right? That's the closest door. He was found on the grass on the boundary between this home and the home to the left, and closer to the home to the left. So you see where those trees are, like even just beyond that, but closer to the street. And that's why it's like it's weird. And remember they were saying that there was just this car that was parked blocking everything? I wonder if this is what they're talking about. But I doubt it. Maybe this was just a picture that was found later. I don't know. I don't know. I They really botched it, and that Proctor guy, totally, totally incredible, uncredible, lacking credibility for sure. In fact, this is the Lexus, isn't it? It looks like maybe her Lexus even, because her Lexus was that huge Lexus, and it was black. They should be coming back soon, and there's no delay in this trial. I would really wanna see the testimony of all of the other people that were inside the home, because I think most of them were all called. The one that wasn't called was, Jennifer McCabe, is that her name? Jennifer McCabe's husband, and they were saying, if I wasn't mistaken, the defense attorney said that that was the man that said in the group text messages, "Just tell them he never came into the house." That's shady, right? Just tell them he never came into the house. That implies he did come into the house, because if he didn't come into the house, why would you need to say, "Just tell them he didn't come into the house"? That's exactly the question, Colton Cake. Did she hit him with the car on the driveway or the road? Yeah, I know. It was snowing that night, and it was really late at night, so 12:30 AM roughly. Almost everyone, I think, had been drinking. Yeah. It's the other thing that's really, really shady is that if she didn't if the taillight wasn't broken in front of this house, how did those pieces end up in front of this house? That is so shady. And one thing I was watching yesterday, the defense attorney was had a car in front of him and he was being interviewed and he was saying like, how does this taillight shatter like that with impact with a human? Like it would have to be something hard that it hit that the taillight would shatter. Yeah, I don't know. Court will resume at 1:15. It says, so in 7 minutes. Colton Cake says he would have had to stagger drag himself from the driveway to the wrong side of the house past the front door. But that wouldn't make sense either because he wasn't wearing a coat. If he was close to the driveway, you would think he would try to walk towards the house, into the house. Okay, you guys, I'm going to step away for 6 minutes. Oops, let's add this to stage. And I will be right back um once it starts up again, okay? See you all soon. Okay, everyone, I'm back. Yes, the film is on in the courtroom. Thank you, Carol. Let me see, what did I miss? TM says if you want to watch a crazy documentary, The Confession Killer about Henry Lee Lucas. What is that about, TM? Yeah. Oh no, peekaboo. That's too bad. Sorry to hear that. Colton Cake says it doesn't make sense where he was found. Why did no one see him or help him? Yeah. It was quite a distance, Cindy says, from the front door to where he was found. It was the right side, so the passenger side, and, um, the tail light only, yes. Cindy says, "Still does not explain the blunt force trauma to the back of his head." Maybe he fell on something, Cindy? I don't know. Colton Cake says, "I might have to go back and watch this trial from the beginning. I like the puzzle." I feel like I'm gonna have to do that too. Like, I wanna see the testimony of all these people. Because, when the judge opened today, she said, "What's being presented here is not evidence." Like, meaning the closing arguments. You can't take it as evidence. It's important, but, these are interpretations. The closing arguments are interpretations of the evidence, and that they should look at the evidence and decide for themselves. Something like that, right? Did I get that right, guys? Let me know. Is there another place you could stream it from and, like, pause and discuss with us on the live? I wish I could, Colton Cake. I think if I do bits and pieces of it, maybe, um, but I think it's pretty strict. Yeah, it's such a shame. Tam says Henry Lee Lucas probably killed his mother. He was charged with oh, yikes. Hi, an old geezer. No, it has not ended. The jury has not started deliberating yet. Right now, they are on lunch break. And once they come back, the judge is gonna give the jury their instructions, and we'll see what happens. So this is being done on East Coast time, so it's about 1:20 PM over there. So maybe they'll come back today with a verdict and maybe not. Um, yeah, we'll see. And also, we are independently watching it on Court TV. Like, for example, I have 2 devices set up, and because I can't directly stream it, unfortunately. But yeah, I think the majority of us have come to the consensus that the prosecution didn't really prove their case. There's a lot of reasonable doubt. And this is day 33 of the trial. So people must be tired. Steve says there's a series on Netflix called Mindhunters, yeah, where they follow the development of FBI profiling by interviewing serial killers. I watched that show many years ago. Yeah, TM says the Texas Rangers essentially lead him into confessions and treated him like a little darling. They fed him info and he confessed to every case they presented. Yeah. Wow, I didn't know that. And I feel like maybe I've heard about his mother being a monster. It sounds really familiar to me. Was he the one also that would like lure children into the house? I don't remember. Yeah. Yep, they're doing the closing arguments just ended. We'll see. And, the defense attorney, he's very talented. He was animated and passionate and, um, easier to listen to than the prosecutor, and that makes such a big difference, which I wish someone would pass that. Well, no, I don't wish it, but Lori should have gotten that note that a good defense attorney could create reasonable doubt, but Lori Vallow is so stubborn. Yeah. TM says he couldn't understand. He was pretty simple. He wasn't hurting anyone, meaning Henry, like he didn't realize what he was doing. TM. There was one, I don't remember who it was, but he would like lure boys into the home. I can't remember which serial killer that was. The Confession, Carol says. Is that a show, Carol? Serial killers freak me out. Like I don't like watching those stories. You're right, Colton Cake. That might have been who I'm thinking of, John Wayne Gacy. That might be it. That might be it. I usually like the cases where I don't want to say I like the cases, but um they don't freak me out as much where it's someone that knows the victim. Because you can kind of, not that you could understand why they would do it, but it's not as frightening than to think of someone who's randomly, yeah, he was the creepy clown killer, Colton Cake. Yeah, I think that's the one. Carol says that is the one that was confessing to the crimes. Oh, so that's the Henry Lee Miller. Was that his name? Um, that TM was saying. Teaspoon says John Wayne Gacy did that plus pretended to hire them. It's so scary. TM says if the Texas Rangers said, so you went here and killed this person, he said, yeah, I guess I did do that. Is it possible? Like, did he ever try to say that those were false confessions or anything like that? Steve says yes. Lori wanted to show off. She didn't care if she was guilty. Lori just wanted to give a monologue. She just wanted the mic in her hands. Can you imagine Meghan Markle as her own defense attorney? Oh my gosh. The word salad. Oh, you know what I was gonna say that I forgot to say? That notice that in this trial, the judge and the opposing attorney never called an objection. Like, they both knew the law, and they both knew how to present things where there wouldn't be any objections. Carol says John Wayne Gacy was profile serial killer, hired young boys and lured them in Chicago. Terrible. Yeah, it's terrible. Colton Cake says she wanted one last chance to gaslight and intimidate people who have outed her actions. How long do you guys think before they arrest Melanie? I wonder if they'll try to get Lori to turn on Melanie. I doubt she'd do it though because she was already found guilty. TM says he never did. His mother had given him brain damage. He never understood. He literally could not have. Oh, so he never actually did it, TM? Oh, that's sad. So they don't know who committed those murders? Yikes, that freaks me out. Yeah, the serial killer stories freak me out. Carol says, "You want a sad one? Texas killing fields." I haven't heard of that one either. TM says, "Scary fact, Melanie had been talking to Lori about her" oh no, TM. Oh, no. I hadn't heard that. That is terrible. Oh my gosh. I hope Brandon has custody of those children. Colton Cake, I agree. The body language and psychology is fascinating, but the gory details are a lot, and I have to tell you, sometimes when I'm creating content for this channel, there's a guilt I feel in creating the content because it's it's like shining a light on the it's almost taking the light away from the victims. It's a struggle sometimes, especially, like, the one that gets me a lot is the Brian Koberger case. And see, I'm giving attention to Brian Koberger and not the 4 Idaho victims. Carol says, "The ones that get me is when the police screw up the investigation and the families don't get justice." Yeah. This one is a prime example of that, right, Carol? I mean, we don't know, had the police not messed up, what case the prosecution would be sharing with us, but the prosecution definitely messed up this case. TM says Lori's cousin Megan Connor had a channel and has a lot of insight. Good to know. Wow, that's wild. So they were potentially Melanie was trying to get rid of her children too. An old geezer says, "No guilt. You can't help talking about the perpetrator." Yeah, it's true. It's true. Because that's the behavior we're trying to understand, right? Like, why did this happen? And what can we spot in people so that we don't fall victim to them? And that falling victim could be ending up in bad relationships with toxic people or having family members that are, you know, abusive and not kind and toxic. Or it could end up in something violent like this. Steve says Jeffrey Dahmer was also one who lured boys. Wow. Carol says one of the best drone. Yes, I've seen that one. Was Unbelievable with Tony Collette. Oh, that one was rough to watch. Yeah. Shandy, if I'm not mistaken, I watched that on Netflix. Yeah, Carol says too, Netflix. Carlton Cake says, "I think if I was the victim's family, I wouldn't want to be brought up with it. Like, that shouldn't be the only thing associated with them or that people remember about them." Yeah. Yep, Carol says, "Just make sure you profile the people who died with dignity, with integrity and respect." Yes. Teaspoon says, "Don't think of it that way. Think of it as by telling their stories, you are helping people by them being more careful." Yeah, yeah. You know, um, the Royal Rogue, I just saw that he started a true crime channel, and I remember watching him a couple of times, and he would say that a lot of people would approach him. Oh, I'm gonna go on mute, you guys. Okay, I'll say what I was saying. So the Royal Rogue, he had been approached a bunch of times to start a true crime channel, and he said he just couldn't do it because he felt like he was, and I'm paraphrasing what he said, but at the time when he would say it, I didn't have my channel and I couldn't understand why. Um, he wouldn't do it, and now, when you start creating the content, like, I get it. It's yeah. But he did make a new one. He did make a channel for true crime. Oh my goodness, you guys. That was terrible. That was truly terrible. Yeah, Peekaboo says this sounds like how to check a box for dummies. Oh my gosh. You think they'll come back today? It seems like the judge is hopeful for that because she said usually they don't go after 1 or 2 o'clock, or 1 to 2 o'clock. They don't bring the case to the jury. Um, but it seems, they're going to make an exception for that. It is the 33rd day of trial. So, do you guys think they'll come back today with the verdict? Cindy says, "How did the police find the broken taillight pieces by John's body? Were they on top? What were they on?" And that's exactly one of the questions, Cindy. How did they find it? Because the first time they looked for it, they didn't find it. It was the second time. I'm gonna go on mute really quick, guys, since it looks like they're coming back. All right, everyone. So the jury is looks like they're stepping out to go start their deliberations. From what I remember in Lori's trial, the judge came back and told them, you know, don't be further than 20 minutes away from the courthouse. So I wonder if the judge is going to do something like that here. Let's see. I want to know what they're talking about. Have you all been watching what the live stream chats are saying? I haven't looked at that. I'm going to see if I can. I can't figure it out. It's just showing me right now. It says based on the poll in the chat, 9% guilty, 82% not guilty. Wow. Colson Cake says, "Oh, so that's why the police conduct was questioned. Could have been planted later." Yes, because the first search, they didn't find the fragments of the taillight, and I don't know if you remember, but when the defense was talking, he talked about an inverted image. There's and I don't fully understand that part, but what I have gathered, and I don't fully understand it because I need to think about it. From what I gathered, the prosecution showed an image or video footage of when Karen's car was brought to the police department or wherever it is for them to do forensic analysis. And they had actually inverted the image. They could tell that because there was a car close to the camera that said police on it, but the police was written like it was a mirror image of what it was. So, and I think in that footage, there's a person with a hat that you can see that's on the right side of the car where the tail light was broken. So the allegation there is that that was, I forget which one, which police officer they said it was, but one of them allegation is took the taillight pieces from there somehow, maybe, or messed with the evidence somehow. Do you all remember hearing that? Peekaboo says 3 counts: 1, second-degree murder; 2, manslaughter while operating under the influence of alcohol; 3, leaving the scene of an accident causing injury or death. Huh. What do you guys think of the 3 counts? Colton Cake says, "Because the victim was a cop, they look out for their own." Not just that the victim was a cop. And I think actually not really that the victim was a cop. I think it's really more that the people inside the home were all law enforcement, because John O'Keefe could have been some random person. If they were guilty, they would have tried to cover up. All right, everyone. So here it is. We've made it to the end. Colton Cake says that's what I was thinking. Police cover up framing her, and that's just it. I think the defense was saying there was a text message exchange where the F word was used. That she's going to end up taking the fall for it. Do you all remember that? So let's see. Right now on the East Coast, it's 2:51. I would assume if they don't have a verdict in 2 hours, um, it'll be done for today. Cindy says, if that's the case, why go drinking with them? That's a good point, Cindy. Per- Personally, if in my opinion, if the people inside the home are involved, every action. Oops, what happened? Do you guys hear that? Oh, there's commentary. All right, I'm gonna mute this really quick. Okay. Have a good rest, teaspoon. I'm actually going to do the same, you guys. I'm gonna leave the live running, and hopefully we get to come back and see the verdict come back today. And hopefully StreamYard doesn't go down like it did yesterday. It's a pretty good alibi, room full of cops all vouching for each other. Yes, and there were children there too because the owner of the house, it was his son's birthday and his son had all their friends over too. So the friends also were um were an alibi. So it's a lot. Yeah, have a nice nap, teaspoon. All right, guys, I'm going to step away and I'll leave the live running. Um yeah, and I hope to talk to you all soon. Thanks for being here and bye everybody for now. Bye for now. Are you guys here? They're saying Karen Reed was heading back into court and they showed the fan. I was watching it on my TV. Now I'm trying to get it up on my phone to see it. Oh my gosh, could they have come to a verdict in an hour and a half? That's wild. An hour and a half. Oh my gosh. Let's see. They have the jury clock still going. That's what it says. Everyone is in the court. That's what they're saying. Um, could they have come to a verdict in an hour and a half? I don't know. I don't know. It's wild. What are the usually when it's a short deliberation, it's guilty usually. I don't know. I don't remember what that was. Let's see. It says one person is here. I don't know if it counts me as that one person. I might just be in here talking to myself, and that's okay. That's okay. What is happening? What is happening? They're saying it could be that one of the jurors had a question. Um, I just don't know why they would need Karen Reed to go back into the courtroom. And I don't know if you saw the footage of her going back. It seemed like an excited going back. And her attorney, Alan Jackson, was with her. They were going up the stairs together. Let's see. Let's see what's gonna happen. Hi, Peekaboo. Looks like it's just you and I in here. I was talking to myself. Oh, there's 3 people. More people are here. So right now, Court TV on my phone, as I'm watching it, it just says we will be right back. Um, the chat in the Court TV is going wild because they all saw Karen going in. Um, they have until 5:30 p.m. Um, Eastern time, and right now it's 4:18 p.m. Eastern time. So there is about an hour left if they want to continue deliberating. Who knows? Maybe they just want to say that they want to go home, that they're done for the day. I don't know. I mean, it's got to be such a rough weekend, not knowing and having to wait until Monday when the jury is out deliberating. And let's see what's going to happen. So someone in the comments said, why would the defense team have to be there to send the jury home? Or which pizza they want? Oh, something's happening. What's going on? I don't want to go on mute. Maybe I should. There it shows her, it seems like she's walking in, no? Yeah, this is when she went back in. They're showing it. They're showing her going back in. Something's going on. I have to tell you, I don't like that hand motion she did. Let's see. Many in the chat are saying that they think it's a question. She's smiling as she's heading in, though.
Mentioned. There you see Karen Reed. That's just moments ago as she was returning to the courtroom. You see Matt there following behind, asking her questions. We're ready to find out why she was called back to the courtroom. We can speculate, but we won't do that right now. The jury clock is still.
The journalist is like, we won't speculate. No, please speculate. Please tell us what you think is going on.
The length of jury instructions, the magnitude of this case, how long they've been in trial. We don't anticipate at this point it's going to be a verdict. Now, we just need to comment. The jurors are not expected to deliberate over the weekend. These are things the court has to decide, has already decided. So that does mean once they go home for the day.
If they had a question, you mean peekaboo?
They decided that they didn't want to continue today. They weren't going to come to a conclusion today. I think that's pretty clear.
They're right. There is a lot of evidence to go through.
All these closing arguments, we'll go home, come back with fresh minds on Monday morning. Yeah, they've got to be exhausted. What was it, 31 days? I don't want to misquote. I don't have that note in front of me, but I believe it was 31 days of testimony that they heard. That's a very long trial for any juror, and they're exhausted. Now, the other thing I want to
someone in the comments on Court TV said that they think they should have Muppets giving the Court TV news. If there's questions, I don't know, because maybe it's something that Karen would have to answer. Yeah, I remember the judge said that too, but the judge wouldn't talk about facts because it's up to them, I think, to talk about facts.
And find herself going to prison, or it could be a hung jury, and good Lord, that means it's still out there. We have to figure out what happened. Do you think?
Some people talk too much, right? And I feel like I'm doing that here. But
let's find out from our guest joining us now.
Let's see.
Former head prosecutor Bob Bianchi and former head prosecutor. It begs the question:
oh my gosh, just tell us what's going on.
Would you try this case again?
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT always knows.
But that's a great question. I honestly, used to look at things differently. One, the evidence in this case, to me, even if I believe the person is guilty, was so convoluted, confusing.
Let's see what ChatGPT says. Karen doesn't need to answer. She hasn't testified. Oh, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
I personally, on a case like this, would not go forward a third time. I know that I would share a minority view here.
Okay. According to ChatGPT, it could be that a verdict has been reached. It could be, and it says this is the most likely reason, is that the jury has notified the judge they've reached a verdict. The second is a jury note or question. If the jury sends a question to the judge, the defendant may be brought back in. Sometimes these notes lead to additional instructions or courtroom arguments about what can be shared. The third is a deadlock or mistrial discussion. If the jury sends a note saying they're deadlocked, the judge may hold a hearing to decide whether to give a further instruction or declare a mistrial. The defendant would be present for that. And the fourth is routine presence. In some cases, especially high-profile ones, the defendant is simply kept nearby. So let's see. Oh, you hear it, right? I'm a fanatic typer. My keyboard is one of those that's supposed to look like the old-timey keyboards, and it's meant to be loud. But yeah, I was ferociously typing there. And then it says how to tell if it's a verdict. Look for these signs: increased security or media presence. That I don't think we can tell. I feel like the the media, whoever was there was gonna stay there. It says judge, lawyers, and defendant all returning at once. I mean, lawyers and defendant both went in together. Alan Jackson was next to her walking inside. The next is notifications to the public that a verdict will be read soon. We haven't had that. Um, yeah, so let's see. Let's see what happens. What do you guys think? What if a juror is ill and they need an alternate? But would they need to call her back for that? I don't know. I don't know. I turned down my audio. I'm gonna turn it back up. Can you hear my audio when I put it on my phone? I hope it's not too distracting. There was someone who was an expert who came on Court TV earlier today, and they were saying that they don't think a verdict will be reached until Tuesday. Shandy, you can hear my audio. Is it aggravating? Oh, it's that loud that you can hear it? Hmm. What do you guys think I should do? Should I turn my audio down? I have it playing very low too. And I think when we were watching it earlier, for some reason, my phone was behind everybody else. Oh, not so loud anymore. Um, I can turn it down too a little bit more so hopefully it's not bothering you. It's fine. Okay, thank you, Shandy. Thank you, Peekaboo. When they go to the fan, something's happening. The fan is a sign, and they're showing the fan right now. It's like, when we were watching the Lori Vallow Daybell case, anytime we saw the Arizona, um, I forget what that's called, the plaque. Anytime we saw that, we knew some activity was going to happen. Yeah, let's see. It's saying, peekaboo. Oh, that's funny. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, that was funny. It says they've been deliberating for 1 hour and 45 minutes. Yep, let's see what's going on. Can you imagine we have the Lori Vallow Daybell verdict yesterday and the Karen Reed one today? That's wild. Well, they're not showing the fan anymore. Come on, Court TV, show us the fan. We want to see the fan. Oh my goodness. I wish I had live streamed this with you all, like from day 0 or day 1, however you want to call it. Yeah, it's busy in the US. It is. Um, Make a design for the fan. Have a picture of the fan and call it, what was it? Case of the, what did TMTB say again? Case of the broken taillight? Fan of the fan? Is that what that is? Fan of the fan. What time is it? It's 4:30 there, 4:29. So they have another hour to deliberate, essentially. I don't know why they need to go to this break. Just turn on the cameras. Let us just see what their cameras are capturing. Well, while we're at it, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT if the Brian Koberger case can be streamed, because that would be so much better. Anticipation is the worst. Yeah. Can you imagine being Karen and this is the second time you're waiting for this? Okay, so it says as of now, the Brian Koberger trial is not expected to be live streamed. Why? Why would they not? Ugh, darn it. I hope that's not true. We need a crash course for the Koberger trial. Yeah, and the problem is, so Dateline did a really good episode about a month ago on it, and Brian Koberger now and his defense team are saying that there was information leaked to Dateline that shouldn't have been leaked, and I forget what it was that they were asking for, but it was problematic. So there are things in that Dateline episode, I guess, that were not supposed to come out. Netflix bought the rights and MM is the defense lawyer for Brian Koberger. Oh my gosh. Could you imagine the soliloquy? It looks like they're coming back. Let's see what's happening. Okay, they went back into the courtroom.
Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please disregard this. Do not talk to anyone that includes each other. So when you walk out of the deliberation, you have to start talking about this case.
Yeah, this is what it sounds like, peekaboo.
To each other, fry, or anything like that. So it's very important that you're called into court on Monday. You can't discuss the case then either. And that goes for the alternates as well. So, I really appreciate you watch your social media use, papers, and the news. Stay away from all of that this weekend. See you Monday morning when we start.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like there. They broke for the weekend. Let's see what this Matt Johnson says.
Yeah, day one of verdict watch and the Carrie murder retrial has officially wrapped up.
Yeah, it's wrapped up, you guys. Well, everybody, thank you for being here. And I will set up another live stream for Monday morning, and we can see if the verdict is in then. But yeah, thanks so much for being here. It was a long live stream, but I enjoyed every moment. Um, have a good weekend. I'll talk to you all soon. Bye, everybody.